Oh, no, that's, the breakdown is in a contract.
I was right on the 33.
So as the jet goes up, they do get more funds.
It is.
That's why we said it that way.
Because I've had people that ask.
Yep, it's 8 o'clock. I'd like to call the Brimfield Township Board of Trustees meeting to order at 8 a.m. Roll call for attendance, please.
All those in attendance, Mike? Yes. Nick?
Yes.
Sue? Yeah. We have a full board.
The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor, would you open this prayer?
Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much, Lord, for the freedoms we have in this country to be able to vote. In light of yesterday's elections, Lord, I'm sure that didn't go every way that we all wanted to, but we pray, Lord, that you just continue to work through their leadership. We pray that you continue to meet the needs. We know our community is growing. We have needs, but we just pray, Lord, you just continue to meet them according to your will. And Lord, now for this meeting today, we just ask that you'd have your way. Let the business be conducted in an orderly fashion, and we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right. Announcements and correspondences. Board members, any announcements, correspondences?
No.
All right, hearing none. Department has any announcements, correspondences? I do have a couple announcements. First, Portage County Recycling District sent us, there is a spring recycling day, which is going to be May 14th from 8 a.m. to noon at the Recycling Center on Mogador Road. Collection items, let's see here. Passenger tire, metal, electronics, and residential documents shredding. They're asking that you bring non-perishable items as a donation as part of that, but they'll be taking all those pieces. So good opportunity to get rid of those tires. What else do I have? Portage County Township Association will be holding their quarterly meeting, and that is going to be on May 21st. We'd like to see all the board members there that could attend. That'll be Saturday, May 21st, and that'll be at the Portage County Engineer's Office. Portage County Health District will release their quarterly report. That will be coming out to all the board members today. And then lastly, this is kind of safety issues / correspondence. I had a conversation yesterday with a Brittany who lives back on Sanctuary View Drive over by you, John. At the corner of Sanctuary and Ridgeview Drive, that intersection there. Her complaint is that cars are driving through there pretty quick. Somebody was coming up Ridgeview towards Sanctuary to head out towards 43. When they made that turn there, there's no stop sign. They cut it close and went into the oncoming traffic direction and struck her child who was riding his bicycle. The child's okay. His legs is bruised up. He has a sprained ankle. Luckily, it wasn't more severe. But she is concerned about that intersection, and she's asking the township to deploy that to be a three-way stop there. So that at least stops the cars and makes them at least have to slow down to roll the stop sign to be more obvious. She said it's been a continued problem since they've lived there, the speed on those two roads there.
So it's not even the speed on that. It's Pleasant Lakes Drive. They cut through and some people are going 50 miles an hour through there.
Yeah, and that's what she goes, this person didn't even live here. He's from Akron. He was cutting through to go to the hotels. People use this for a cut through all the time. How do we slow down the traffic? They'd like to see some stop signs there.
Dave, do we have to go to do we have to go to Portage County for that?
Yeah, we'd have to have them give us the okay. We'd probably have to pass a resolution and look into it.
Okay.
Put a three-way because it was designed as it is designed. So
Nick, do you want to add that?
Yeah, we can add that under road department.
There's not much traffic that comes from the other way. It's coming from Pleasant Lakes up to there and then turning left. That's where all the traffic, 90% of the traffic comes. The other is the cul-de-sac. There's only
Yeah, but she just said it makes sense to make it a three-way
Sure.
stop there.
Sure.
because if you only made it a two-way, the people coming from the cul-de-sac would probably get more wrecks than you think.
Right.
They wouldn't be stopping there. People think it's a three-way.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll amend.
Yeah, when we get to the agenda, we'll amend it. I'm just making notes so we don't forget. Roy, I just wanted to bring it to your attention too. I'm sure you probably heard about the incident, but just making, having some more patrol back there. I know it only does a little bit, but they're just worried, especially in the evenings when kids are out playing. That's their big concern when people cut through. All right, those were my announcements and correspondences. We'll move into, we have no meeting guests today. I'll entertain a motion to accept the meeting minutes from our last meeting, which would have been April 20th.
Yep.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Make that motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Abstain.
Sue,
Yes.
motion passed.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
So move.
And I'll second for
All right.
discussion.
For discussion, departments, anything need to be added to the agenda? I think we have executive, number 1 is going to be for police.
Hold on one second. Just let me check something real quick here. Hold on.
Nick, were you adding that stop sign thing under roads?
Yes.
They're gonna be under B?
D is in David, yes. So we need executive session for police, and then we need executive session for administration, correct? Yeah.
Yes, I didn't know about the police one, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that just came
Okay.
in. So,
All right.
so executive session number 2 will be admin. Under road, we'll amend the agenda. 2, D is in David, stop sign at Ridgeview and Sanctuary. Anybody else have any amendments or changes to the agenda?
So that was 2D
2D is in David?
under roads, all right.
Yep.
I don't know where you would put this. Maybe we don't need to discuss it. It's just an FYI. I had a phone call from a lady who wanted to know when we were going to paint the fire hydrants for the ones that are really pink instead of red.
Well, I could answer that.
I think it's just kind of in
Yeah,
correspondence.
we don't paint anything because we don't own any of the fire departments in our township. They're privately owned by the water companies.
Oh, so
So
the
they
water
would-
company.
They would have to reach out to each one and you cannot paint them because actually colors of fire hydrants represent gallonage.
Okay,
So I know there's some people that come out there and say, hey, I want to paint my fire, blue.
okay.
No,
I'll call
you
her.
cannot
I'll call
do
her back another.
So they
she
would
can
have
call
to see
Aqua.
where that's at and they would have to call.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that, I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
So they're different colors based on how much it pumps?
Gallonage they can provide.
So it's just not a red fire hydrant?
Nope. You'll see in cities, you'll see yellow, you'll see blue, and that tells us what gallonage is provided. In our particular area, we have a certain gallonage that meets red.
Okay.
So
Okay, all right.
Any other changes to the agenda? All right, hearing none, I'll roll call for acceptance of the amended agenda.
All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes,
Sue,
Yes.
motion passed.
I'll entertain a motion for the acceptance of purchase orders.
I'm gonna make that motion. Wait.
You make a motion, I'll second.
Okay.
Roll call.
All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Abstain.
Sue,
Yes,
motion passed.
I'll entertain a motion for the warrants.
so move.
Second?
All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
for the warrants,
Oh, sorry, abstain.
Sue,
Yes,
motion passed.
All right, that'll move us into public comments. The floor is open to the public. We ask that you state your name and address before addressing the board and limit your comments to 5.
Bill Anderson, 2473 Acorn. The Butternut Ridge Allotment Association is putting a sign on Sandy Lake Road stating that it's Butternut Ridge going in about 5 weeks.
Okay.
It'll be between Acorn and Buckeye. Tried to get 2 in, but the last resident was not even allowing us to put anything down there. So for now, we have 1. Hopefully you'll see it.
What kind of sign you putting in?
It's plastic, wooden posts, nothing brick or anything like that. It'll be on property that we own as an association. And
how big is it?
6 by 4, 6 foot wide, 4 foot tall.
That's good.
It's far enough away from any side streets that it won't block anybody's view of it.
So it's only on the one side of the street?
It's on the east side of the road. Yep, just on one side, it's a double-sided sign. So at least they can sit there in the butter area.
General area.
As they come up there for.
Are they younger?
Just stop and get some zoning certificates.
I don't need. What's on Sandy Lake Road, that's county. Right? Didn't that was your, last year?
No.
Yes. I went to the county, and checked, you know, what I.
You're saying out of Brimfield?
Pardon?
You're saying out of Brimfield?
No, it's actually, it may actually be Brucetown, I'm sure.
Okay, now that, if
But
it is,
I'm not sure.
right, if it is in Brucetown, that's what we discussed, then, yeah, then maybe we need to address that.
But, yeah, I checked with the county because of it being a county road.
Sure. Yeah, you do have to check with the county, and then you bring that, just let us know that it's okay, there's still issues on it too.
Yeah, I'll check and try to find out where, Brucetown and Brimfield, because they glide right there.
Right, we'll come out and we'll take a look.
That's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
right.
good to double check that.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, so just follow up with Mike, that way he can.
Yeah, I also want to know what your, offset from, the road is.
10 foot.
Edge,
No, right away.
right away, okay?
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Safety concerns. Any safety concerns that need to be addressed? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move into the business portion of our meeting. We will start with the police department. Roy, the floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, Nick. I only have a couple of information items for the board this morning. An update on our senior scams presentation we gave on Monday here at the community center. Sue, you were in attendance for that. We had an intimate group. We had 11 or 12 people there for that. It was a huge turnout, but it was a good opportunity.
Yeah,
to share
there's
with those
12
folks.
of us.
It was 12, yeah.
They were interested too.
Yeah, it went well. So it was we'll probably do that again. I did reach out to Maria Amato with the Brimfield Young Art Club, made her aware of that. So maybe we can do that again, maybe in the fall, going through her group again, would be a good opportunity. So, Safety Day update, that's taking place on Tuesday, May 10th and Tuesday, May 17th at Brimfield and Southfield Elementary Schools respectively. One other update for the board, I know we had some discussion regarding NOPEC funds. We did get an opportunity to meet with Mr. Goodspeed to take a look at some heating and cooling things over the station. And he does have some recommendations on some things that he believes is going to increase some efficiency over there. So I'm going to get that documentation, and when I get that, I can follow up with the board or with John. John can follow up with you on that. Okay. But we did have a chance to meet with him, and he did a walkthrough on that. We also did an OVI checkpoint last Saturday from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. with the State Patrol. We did it on State Route 43, and we were just south of Howe Road there. It was quiet. We had a 2-hour window there with checkpoint, and 0 drunk drivers came through, and that's a good thing. So the number was 0. But that was just a 2-hour window, very short opportunity to do that. So just wanted to make the board aware of that as well. That's all I have for you this morning.
All right. Any questions for the police department?
Oh, yeah, have you noticed late at night after 9 that the traffic is definitely down from how it was previous to COVID?
I don't know. I don't know if there's anything tangible I can put my finger
I
on.
mean, your
that.
gut feeling?
Maybe some, maybe slightly. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything super noticeable per se. Some of that might be driven by when the kids are in school versus out of school and coming through our township too. So,
I've just noticed in Kent how it's just, after 9 o'clock, it's just like empty.
yeah.
Oh, at Mike's place.
Yeah, we close early. It's great.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll move into fire department. Craig, the floor is yours.
Okay, for the fire department, we continue to grow in size. The walls and roof are next. You'll see the west wall has come up a little bit, and we're just in block work. So that's kind of where we're at with the growth of the station right now. Medical physicals were performed on the fire department. We do those every 3 years. They came back with no concerns, so that's good to hear for the fire department. Applications closed for new firefighter testing on Friday, and we will have a test next Monday here at the community center.
About how many test applicants do you have at this point? Roughly.
10 or 12.
Okay.
Right now, I'm hoping to get a few more. If we can, at this point, if we could get close to 20, I'd be happy.
Okay.
We're seeing a downturn, not just us, everywhere. So, anyway, and we've discussed some of that. So it just is what it is. And that is all that's going on for us.
All right. Any questions for fire department?
Good.
Craig, when are they gonna start putting the floor in and all that? I mean, how long is
Put what?
that down the road in the building?
Put what?
The floor and all that? I mean,
There
that-
is a concrete floor already
Oh,
down.
is there?
On
All
one
right.
side, yeah.
There's already a concrete floor in there, and
What about the bays? Are they gonna put it in there prior to the iron? or
I
no?
have not heard that yet. I don't know. Obviously, there's a reason, and I think that's to get their machinery around to build the interior first, I would assume.
What about the bell?
Haven't heard anything.
I see it sitting in the driveway out there.
Yeah, they said about 2 weeks
I tried
before. It's
lifting
been
it.
2 weeks, so.
You can't steal it.
Haven't heard any more on that.
We had to get the
I
belt
got it
weighed.
that high up.
It weighs 1,000.
Okay,
So they actually weighed the belt, so.
weighs 1,000 pounds.
Mike said he could lift it up
You got
this
it
much,
about
but he
that
couldn't
high.
move it.
Did you?
I didn't wanna-
Well, if it's not on video, we don't believe it, so let's go try it again. All right, anything else for fire department today? All right, we also have nothing under admin, but I would like to make one comment under admin. For the meeting room here and I think other areas, are we okay if we have Brian put in keypad
Yeah.
access?
Yeah,
Because like we have this
that's
meeting
too
room up here,
hard.
but Cassie's not here, we don't have the spare keys to get into it.
Oh,
This
we
would
can
just
get
give it, well, we can get, in without destruction.
Well, Erin has the keys right now. She doesn't work today.
Right.
So we don't have the keys.
But some of those key areas, can we just have
Oh, yeah.
him put in some keypads? He said he has one downstairs too, so he doesn't mind putting it in.
If I think we do that in any spot we can do, and then there's gonna be a general key box that's just a new one that's gonna be started on everything. We're gonna have it sitting in one central location that multiple employees can get access to in case we do have a situation like that where we can just go find the key real quick.
But sometimes it's just nice to have the keypad when we're out running around.
The keypad is the best thing anyway.
So
So then you
we're
have to
all-
have a code on you to figure out what all the codes are.
Well, we'll just,
Make it the same for
yeah. Are you okay with that, Sue, putting in a keypad up there?
That's fine.
Brian, you're listening, if you could do that for us later this
To
week.
talk about a keypad, putting it somewhere, could we give consideration for this big empty room down here, down in the base, where the fireplace used to be, put in a few tables and chairs down there, so it would be usable?
And we have.
The tables are up here, they can just drag them down.
But we
That way.
definitely need it usable. Cause
Okay.
it's terrible. It's a beautiful room. There's not even a picture on the wall. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'd like to
we
see
got
some.
this beautiful facility and we're not using it.
It
to its
wouldn't
good.
have to be a big floor where people would have a place to write, you know.
Well, we have more of these sitting right on the other side of that wall.
Okay.
So if we
So
put
we
those
can,
down.
I mean, we can carry a couple
Yeah,
down.
that's no problem. There's all kinds of
Yeah,
I
chairs.
think just try to store them up here, because some people just use it as an open area when they have.
And I'm
parties, too.
hoping that, with Marie and the group getting back on board, that they'll be able to start taking advantage of this facility.
Right? All right, anything else for admin?
Just a thought.
Yeah,
It's a
no,
good
it's a good
thought,
thought.
Sue.
Wish there was a closet down there so we could just leave one or two down there.
I think we just leave one down there anyhow. We can carry one down later.
We do that
Be
for me.
done with it.
Okay. All right, that will move us into zoning, economic development. Mike Ladd, the floor is yours.
Yep, thanks. We made progress on 1435 Talmadge, and then also the 1863 Old Forge violations. The agreement came from Mark. I don't know if you guys seen the email or not, but June 9th is mediation, June 15th is the final pretrial hearing, and then July 8th is the trial before Judge Pittman. We're going to do inspections as soon as possible. So we're getting building out there, fire, health, as well as myself. We're going to do that. The agreement was to paint the entire house, get all the violations fixed to make it occupiable. And that's pretty much where we stand on that. 1863 Old Forge, same thing. We had chickens and goats and everything else there. And what had happened is it was less than 3 acres. They have the land behind them. They're doing a combination, moving everything behind the house and then combining the lots, which gives them over the 3 acres per the ORC.
It's
So
still
that's good.
pretty bad out front still.
It's bad, and they did give them time to clean it up, pull all the chicken wire out in the front, which
All
they,
they gotta do is mow it and it'll look
and
fine.
mow it. Yep. That's it.
Even own the mower, I don't know.
Right. I don't know, but the judge gave them time to do it, but it needs to be cleaned up. So,
Okay.
That's good. I'm glad you made some.
yeah, we made some headway. Americana Development, DBA Martin
Hey,
Wheels
Mike,
working
just
on,
going back one more time.
Yeah.
Now, you're gonna be involved in those inspections?
yes,
Okay.
And then
Is it
Americana,
worthwhile, the trustee going and walking along, or?
they can. I have no problem with that. The only thing is entrance. I don't know if they're going to allow you in.
Okay, well, I was gonna send Nick.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I'm good.
So he couldn't go in.
I don't think
The fire inspector.
the
and
search warrant is specific who could go in.
Okay.
Okay.
And you're one of them that's allowed to go in on the search
I
warrant?
stay on the outside
Oh, okay. Will they
because
share pictures?
zoning
Will they-
has nothing to do with the
Will they
inside.
share photos and stuff, or is that?
Yes, they do. Yep.
I'd be interested. I'm hoping they work something out.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, Sue knows somebody that's willing to purchase the house as well and renovate it. So I'm putting them in touch right now. So, which is good news. Americana Development, DBA Martin Wheel is working on the new plans for the new building. They're waiting the Maple Crest Road extension. We have a Zoom meeting at 3:00 today. The county engineer's office is looking at, they might bid the project out because we have 629 funds, which we have close to $700,000 in grant money for this road. And then we have Team Neo as well as Ohio Development coming into the meeting. Mike Collins, Larry Jenkins from the county will be there, D. Hoff as well as myself, and then D. Hoff's 3 attorneys. We're going to try to get this road going. There's a TIF on it as well, so it makes it a little bit complicated on who can actually do the construction management agreement on it. If Ohio 629 funds, doesn't matter if the township takes it on or the county takes it on, then we will certainly give that back to D. Hoff and let him bid that project out. So we'll find out today which way that's going to go. That allows Martin Wheel to get started. So as soon as that road gets in, it gives them frontage and it allows them to get going.
Talk about the delay that they were having with the gas pipe. Larry might come up with to solve Hamrick's issue.
So Hamrick, right now we're concerned because there's no gas line going down there and they won't be open until the gas line gets installed. And the gas company is saying they won't put the gas line in unless the road's in. So until we do Maple Crest Extension, they're not going to do that. Now the county has since then come back and said, well, we can make some exceptions and write some letters and allow for the gas line to go into the easement prior to the road being started. And that's what we're hoping happens as well, because we don't want to hold up Hamrick on anything either. So.
Well, because the county is very, very busy, and they're stating that they're packed and that can't be on the top of their list because they have multiple other things. So that was what was pushing the delay off. So
right.
we're just trying to figure those
And
two
Mike
out.
has been very cooperative. So,
But neither one of them were committal at all about being able.
No,
to
they were not
guarantee
committing
they
at
could
all.
do that at all.
And we'd like to push it off to D. Hoff. Actually, we'd rather him do the construction management. It's not. We don't want to get into that. But if we have to because of the funds, then we will.
Well, but Mike's idea with them was allowing Hamrick to not be punished because we couldn't get the road in.
Right.
So we're looking, Mike, with Larry and Mike, we're working on an alternative to figure out how to get the gas there so we could not hold up Hamrick.
Right.
So.
And typically, what the gas company has done in the past is they got burned. They said, in other counties, not here, but they went ahead and did the gas line prior to the road, and then the road never happened. So now they're kind of dangling out there, and they can't get their equipment to fix the gas line and stuff like that. So that's in their concern. I understand that, but I think we're pretty much set on this one.
Okay.
And then Valvoline Maple Crest is going to be mobilizing this Friday. So you'll see that go up next to Arby's. That's concludes my report.
And they got the parking lot in for Aldi's.
They did.
Just no store. I think
Yep,
I saw
yep.
tents. I think they're
That's starting too. Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah,
They put the parking lot in
yeah.
there?
It's in.
Paved parking lot?
I think it's going to be an Aldi's with tents.
No,
that's
outdoor open.
I didn't drive
outdoor
over there
open
today
market.
Yeah.
or yesterday. So I didn't see it.
Mike, on the food truck vendors, we have all of our festivals coming up and they need permits because of our food truck resolution. We have Touch a Truck, which is about a month away.
Yeah.
How do we want to handle that? Because we got Touch a Truck, we got Brimfest, we have the church one for the grant piece, so that there's potential. I don't know what they're going to do for food there, but there's potential there. There's other community events. how do we want to handle that? Because we're coming up on some deadlines.
So I'm
for all
just going
this.
to bring the list back to you guys. I'm working on that right now. Some
Okay.
language just to exempt nonprofit organizations and community events. And then-
Okay.
So we'll exempt those permits here. I'll bring it for you guys in your consideration.
Hester, you doing food
So-
trucks at yours?
So we can exempt all of them because they're helping us.
Right.
Right.
I think if it's
I'll
any
just-
community events, we
Right.
should
If you
exempt. I
decide
think it's
to do
more
it
the
anyway, let me know.
for-profit food trucks that are just
Because you're-
plopping on properties is what we were trying
You
to
could give me
control.
direction now and then I could just change it instead of me bringing it for you. If you guys want to waive the fees for nonprofit and community events, and then I'll just
I think it's a
alter
good
the.
idea.
I still think though, I mean, this is just me talking out loud here, that they still need to submit an application. So
we
police
know
and
who's
fire and zoning is aware of what's happening in the community.
Yeah.
But at least there's a checks and balances. We still maintain the integrity of safety. We're just not charging them for that inspection.
Well, and
Yeah,
there's
and
somebody
it's a-
signing off on that too, so if there is a problem with fire or police that you don't like it, you could deny it, even though there's no cost to it.
Right.
Right, it's still got to be the locate, it's still got to meet the other standards with bathroom facilities and not blocking traffic and.
Yeah, I still want them to go through the whole application process, but more waiving the application fee for nonprofit and community events.
Correct. That's fine. You guys can waive that now and then I can bring you however you want to do it.
Well, if we just say we waive it now, then nobody fills out a form, and now all of a sudden there's something
Correct.
going on.
I'll,
next
I'll
week
put it
we
in
don't even
writing
know.
and then, yeah.
Yeah, just draft it for the next meeting.
Okay.
And we'll just add it to the fee structure that they still must complete an application. And teeth behind it, hey, if you don't fill out the application, then we're gonna have to back charge you for the
Makes
inspection or
sense. The
whatever.
other thing that, the reason that I didn't come to this meeting is I'm working on charging stations as well.
Okay.
Nobody in the county seems to know how to charge the, to assess a fee to these. And nobody has a code in the county for them. I actually pulled my old code from 2013 from another community that I worked at. However, I can't get all the emails unless I do a public records request on what I said, during the planning commission meetings and all that. So it's taking a little bit of time, but the township will have a resolution on charging stations as they are coming. We have quite a few areas that are interested in for these electric cars. But I want to have some kind of teeth into the code where it's not an eyesore or something.
So you have had some
Oh, yeah, they're coming in. Yeah, I just,
gas
there's,
stations and stuff?
no, they're not near gas stations. No, for one example is Cole's parking lot.
Where?
Cole's.
So I had
Wouldn't for us.
a meeting with some safety presentations recently, and there's a person from the National Electrical Contractors
Yeah.
gave a really good presentation on this and some of the changes happening related to both safety and code. I can get you in contact with him if you need some
That'd be
more
great.
info, just to help build a strong case for the township.
That's great because we're working on the code and then, I gave it to Gail, who's in regional plan. She's digging up from all over the country to see what other people are doing as well. But we need to have something. It's not like, I don't think most of them would be an eyesore, but obviously traffic is a concern. I think it should be going to the BZA so that they can look at a drawing and a full set of drawings and see that the circulation's okay, no accidents are gonna occur and, how long, what is the wait time? How long do you sit there? And then what are the,
Well, and does that affect, because right now we say if you have a storefront, you have to have X number of parking spots. While it's a parking spot because they're charging, it's longer than what's anticipated to be there potentially.
well, sure.
Does that change then
Yeah.
how we assign parking spots?
Yeah, it can mess up your parking spots, number one. And number two is that it's an accessory use. So we have to look at that and make sure that an accessory use is not going to mess up the main use, and then as well as the owner of like Kohl's, they're going to have to sign off on everything that's an accessory use. Otherwise it just can't be allowed. And,
Well, was there, and Mike, I'm just throwing this out here because I don't know, but I mean, aren't there regulatory kind of things in regards to fee structures that each one of them have to follow or how are there all?
well, and that's what I'm coming back. That's why I didn't bring the sheet yet because I'd like to charge each unit.
But then we have the ability to charge per unit that's out there. So because it's a business running in town.
We do as far as the township itself.
No, I meant like if they put it in Cole's parking lot, that's another business that's being run out in Cole's parking lot and make sure that we just don't get cut.
It could be it could be an annual fee because you're not going to get taxes from it.
Right.
So it could be, that's what I'm looking at is it should be an annual fee because you're not receiving anything from it.
But they're
It's
making
still
money off of them.
correct.
So
So a lot of
I'm-
money.
right.
A lot. Very lucrative.
What, did you, I don't know if you heard, this is a side note that they're talking about for each electric car is gonna have to pay a certain fee because they're
Yes.
no longer paying gas tax.
Right. That was discussed at AMS, and then
One way or the other.
we actually sent a letter from the board because I represented Sabrina at the meeting. And we sent a letter to the governor and we said, look, everybody's paying gasoline tax except for electric cars and the bikes. And we're building all these bike trails. They're not paying and the electric cars aren't paying. So 40% of your federal funds is being used on bike paths and things that the users of, gasoline cars, they're paying foot in the bill. So we wrote a letter to the governor about that from MS.
Okay.
Why hasn't Brimfield got any money for bike trails?
Yeah, there could be. It's up to the county engineer. So there's a lot of grants out there. This falls into the same thing as the 43 and intersection and 18 study. There's funds available to fix that intersection. There's funds available to fix our most dangerous intersection. Obviously, it was 43 and how. I think that is fixed. We're looking into that now to see if the light has changed anything and if there's less accidents there. But it was one of the highest crash in the area. It actually superseded 43 and 18. Then as you go down to Old Forge is our number one intersection right now
So
for crashes.
who would I contact?
This is all AMS.
No, in the county, you said?
Oh, that's county engineer's office.
They take care of the grants for bike trails?
They take care of the grants. The bike trails get roped in with the road. So as you're redoing a road, you can put a bike trail on the side of the road.
So like an extra lane.
And then the federal funds usually kick in, yep.
Oh, so it's not like
It's
a
not
sector
separate.
concrete.
No, it's
Blacktop.
usually in addition to the road.
Okay.
But they tie into other bike paths. So you could, anything with Portage County, you could tie into and put it on the main road as connectors.
For the next meeting then, Mike, it sounds like the electric piece might take longer, so I would say let's just update the fee structure with
Okay.
without the electric piece.
Okay.
And then we can add, because if we need to end up writing a bunch of resolutions.
Yeah, that's true.
It could take 6 months to a year, and
Okay.
we're getting into festival season, because we also, don't we have food trucks for the concerts
Oh.
this summer?
And not to, I don't want to keep a lengthy report, but I did talk to Joe with barbecue and I said something has to be done. I had a lot of calls that he's just sitting there not occupying the building, and that's not fair to the other restaurants. There's a new restaurant going in Rico's. I wanted to make sure everything goes in, and I believe that their loan closed last Friday. And I believe that's going to be a go. It
Same
looks like
people
they're
that-
buying it they bought it from Joe Scasio instead of renting it.
Oh, okay,
The
good.
last I heard is they bought it and they took enough money to renovate the entire building for this restaurant.
That's good.
But then in the meantime, we've been getting calls. Lauren's been receiving them. What's going on with the corner and I talked to Joe. I had him come in and I says, look, you got to do something. He says, look, I'm going to be pulling demo permits within 2 to 3 months. So I said, okay, great.
To tear down what?
To tear down the old bar and the old house right there.
Sully's.
I'm sorry.
They won't give that old house to the Kelso house. That's where were you there when it was a restaurant?
I just talked to somebody around Brimfield yesterday who brought some pictures over for me to look at. Did they ever take this is a chick question, did they ever take the gas tanks out from underneath Ron's garage and the gas station there, or are they all still buried underneath that?
You're talking about in the corner by Sully's?
Yeah,
I'm not sure, I don't know.
because there was a gas station there and it was sitting there.
Yeah, Roach and, Glenn Roach was the first one there.
So
No,
we
he
might-
wasn't, he was the second one there that I know of, and I don't know whether they ever took him out or not.
Yeah, it might be sitting underneath there, so if they ever do anything, they might have tanks and EPA issue stuff.
I have no idea, can't remember.
How old do you think that restaurant was?
Sully's,
No, the one next to it.
the new one, the newer one,
No, the one,
The old house, the
the
blue
old
house.
house, I have no idea, it's always been there since I've been around. It's been there a long time.
It was a restaurant, that's.
Yes. They used to ride a school bus to, he'd stop there on the way home for field trips, and he'd tell me, you can either come in or like hamburgers, you stop on the way east, we'll drink a beer and then take the bus home.
All right, anything else for zoning?
My kind of side note is, because I know I keep pushing this about getting the power down to Cranberry Creek.
Yeah, so I've talked to Dave. He said he was bringing the electrical contractor out to finally find out where we were. I don't know how that ended up.
I'm waiting for a call back. But I'm calling the same person out that Cassie was discussing it with. So I'm waiting for him to give me a jingle back and we'll try to set something up, get that thing figured out.
Yeah, if there's anything I can do, tell me. I really want to get the power in there.
Right. Well, like I said, once I get him there and find out for sure what was all discussed before.
Yeah, because I did receive a phone call, Nick, and it was a phone call or an email, I can't remember, about not having power down at these shelters.
Okay.
They rent them, they think it's ridiculous. They can't even turn on a light. We need, I don't know where we left that off. I know we got a quote. I have no idea where that quote is. I left a message for John Matthews, who gave us the quote. Have you heard anything about it?
It was a Cassie project.
And she was having a hard time getting anybody to call her back, or Edison issues and all that.
You had
Yeah,
somebody
you should
else,
just
didn't
keep
you?
calling.
We'll put
Yeah,
Dave on that.
over
Make sure
there,
we figure it
we
out.
brought Bill Denson out.
Okay.
Mike, Lad, one more thing. 91 violations on the zoning spreadsheet. How many of those are open? How many of those are closed? And about how many of those are from this year?
Lauren will send you a sheet today.
Okay.
We just updated it. We were out again Monday
Okay.
again, and she's just updating it. And then you would have had it for this meeting, but there's a couple more we have to take a look at. Clyde called in 2 more, so we're
Okay.
going to go back out. But
But how many do you
it'll be
think you've
updated.
gotten this year?
Those are all current, and I would say at least half of those are this year.
Okay. So about 40 this year.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Anything else for zoning economic? All right. Thank you for the report and the info. We'll move into road department. Dave, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the board know that we did finally get the soccer field seeded and fertilized. We aerated it and got it broadcast on there. Then we rolled everything shut again to smooth it back out. We did get the baseball field infield finally fixed from the washout through the winter. So that's all up and running again now. We've been out dirt patches of potholes. To let everybody know, our dump truck finally made it down to get the salt package put on our new truck that we ordered over a year ago.
Like you got the truck?
It's down now getting the stuff put on.
He doesn't have it yet.
I don't have it yet, no.
It's made
but
its next destination.
Wow, that's good.
Glen Hill has it right now, putting the salt package on it.
How long was that?
Is that-
Over a year?
We ordered it in March of last year.
It was right after the town or the township association.
Yeah, over a year.
So it's, Glen Hill's predicting, hopefully they will have it in 2 to 3 weeks. I got my fingers crossed, so it might be here in time for touch a truck.
That'd be awesome.
Or for winter?
Well, it'll be here for winter.
Tell them we need it for touch truck.
Maybe
They gotta
we
do
should
whatever
order
they
the-
can.
Well, it's back to the same thing again now. As long as they get the parts and they'll have it done very quickly.
Maybe we should place an order now for the next truck, so we get it within the next,
Well,
before the end of my term.
Western Stars and everybody you talk to right now, if you order now, you're looking at 2024 before you see it. So things may change. I mean, it's slowly going around. Also want to let the board know, today we're taking all the salt spreaders and stuff off our trucks. Everything's going to be back down to normal. So I have a few things on the agenda. I'd like to get the board's approval to have a Kunzman Tree Service come in and do some tree trimming and cutting down trees on Sherman Road. It'll be a cost about $10,000. We're gonna eliminate probably, I think it was anywhere 20 trees we're gonna take down. At various sizes. We have a bunch of leaners on the corner of Sherman by Sherman Wood.
Yep.
That are leaning out across the road. They're pretty good size. Plus I want to clean some older dead trees all the way the length of the whole Sherman Road.
Did you get a hold of Sherman and Edson right there?
What's that?
Did you get a hold of the Hunts and King?
No, I gotta get a hold of Troy yet.
Because those are all still hanging right there.
But yeah, we're gonna try to clean up the intersection there a little bit too, right at Sherman and Edson and everything along that whole stretch.
So you're thinking it's gonna be $10,000?
Yes, it'll be right around 10,000.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion for that. That's definitely a safety issue, so.
I'll second that motion, not to exceed 10,000.
Okay.
Any other discussion on that? All right, John, we good? We can just go on that
Yeah,
piece?
Dave and I and Kirsten talked about it all day yesterday, and we're 2231 is a different account that we're gonna use, but we're gonna put it in there. So
Okay.
we got enough. We planned around it the right way.
Okay.
Good.
All right, roll call vote.
All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue,
Yes,
motion passed.
Thanks for getting to that, Dave.
We're gonna try to move on fast because a couple of them are starting to look like they're uprooted. So
It sort of looks like Georgia, with the trees hanging over.
that's all right. Power lines go with them, then power company will cut them up. I'd like to get the board's approval to hire Joshua Lona, I think I probably said his name wrong, Junior as our part-time worker. Had an interview with him and stuff. That would close off our 2 part-timers for the season.
That's great.
He's a good kid. I mean, he's a freshman in college, so it'll be just like with Tom, he'll work about the middle of May to about the end of August. So
Well, I'm gonna make a motion that we hire Joshua Plona Jr. on the advice of our road superintendent.
I'll second that for discussion. So he can start about mid-May, you said?
yes, his last week of school is May 13th.
Okay.
So he could, like I told him, if he needed to take a week of school and starting, and then the latest he'll start is May 24th.
When
Okay.
would he be done though? 9:30,
About August 30th, yes.
August 30?
At the very end of August, he goes back to college.
Okay, but does the road crew contract allow us to have until the 30th of September,
Yes.
part-timers? Okay, so Tom could stay.
Well, Tom will be done at that same time.
Okay,
So maybe we could find a couple guys on
okay.
part-time for a month.
Well,
But that'll
I think
help-
this still works, just bringing in some of these college kids, gives them experience, and I think we can
But
work them
that'll-
all summer, so.
Right.
That'll
Well,
help a lot with the.
Yeah,
with the parks too.
that's one of the things I discussed with him. I want to make sure he's able to run chainsaws, everything, or if there's issues on the park, I could send a couple part-timers out there while the main guys are out on the main road, so. And it's the fill-in spots for guys being on vacations and everything else, so.
That's great.
I'm just putting it out there so you don't have to have a date. We're just gonna put it in, at the latest, it's gonna be September 30th of 22 that they'll be gone.
I would just
So
follow
if
the
you kept them
contract.
A couple of days, yeah.
Because that leaves us an opening then too, if they leave and we want to backfill with somebody else till then. All right, roll call?
All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue,
Sue?
yes.
Roll.
motion passed.
All right.
Just make sure that you bring him over to see Rochelle and Kirsten when you bring him in.
Yeah.
So we get them all set. Okay.
Okay, then you're going to the dirt dumping?
Yep. Now we're, the next fun thing.
Mike, that's like trespassing. So now they have denied the use of that part of the park
It's illegal.
for the whole, so,
We could do that as illegal dumping, yeah.
well, we probably should. I mean, that's they're denying us usage of the park. It looks like
It looks
crap.
bad. It looks bad.
I mean, who the hell would, Nick, I'm gonna dump, I gotta dig a more pond. I'm gonna be at your house. Dump some stuff.
flooding. No.
I mean, this is
It's
terrible.
pretty-
What
it's
the hell
pretty-
is he thinking?
It's a bold move.
Damn right it is. Tell them
It's a
we want it
very
cleaned
bold-
up. I'm not waiting. I don't care if it's mud. Tell them to get over there and clean it up.
We could do that.
I mean, we gotta do something.
Yeah, we got, the
I mean,
problem
that's-
was, is
There's
when
two-
Dave
there's-
found it, they were already 99% done
Who
dumping,
the
so
hell
we
does
got
that? And then he gets,
I've never heard of
and
anything
then they
like
get
this
in
in my
there
life.
before and cut all the good trees down. What the hell?
Well, there's two ways we could hit it. I don't know. I don't want to speak for police, but they dumped dirt into Cranberry Creek by the dog.
Not one pile, the whole top of the thing.
A ton of dirt into where the dog park is. And it's a wino development company.
So it's all the dirt from Cranberry Creek they were moving, they needed to move dirt. So they loaded up dump trucks and brought it over to the park and dumped it all there.
Okay.
And they were supposed to, the
They didn't talk to
foreman,
anybody.
the story is their foreman was supposed to have talked to Dave and get clearance for it, and the foreman didn't and just said it was good to go. And the dump truck drivers were like, hey, listen, we were just told to dump here. We're just doing what we're told. So they dumped all this dirt on our property. Now they're saying, well, we'll come back and fix it. We'll make it look pretty for you.
Okay, Mike,
But-
what would you do if this was some other thing? I mean, how would you?
Well, I was
approach it?
gonna send a violation letter. I called Wino directly, and then I gave him Dave's number. I'm not so sure what happened in that conversation, but I left a pretty stern voicemail for him, and then I don't know what happened.
Yeah, well, he called and apologized because, like I said, they had a drop in communications. There, somebody was supposed to contact either me or Mike and seeing if it was all right. Of course, nobody contacted anybody. They forgot to call. Just the foreman took him up, showed him where to dump.
Well,
His thing, he did tell me that he would be back when it dries out. Trust, it's muddy. You're not gonna do much with the dozer right now. They would be back to level it off with the dozer, reshape everything and get it seed and get grass and stuff growing on it later.
But we're gonna have a mess through the fall.
Well, in the meantime, are you guys allowed to go dump dirt over there by their playground over by Cranberry Creek?
Well, I'm just saying this,
Same thing.
plus he also made the statement, hey, I donated the land to you and we put the pavilion.
He didn't donate. He donated it because he had to.
Yeah, that was green
Don't-
space.
Well, but I'm
Yeah,
just,
don't
I'm
let that-
telling you what he said.
I know.
I'm
Tell him
I'm
he's
just
full
going-
of doo-doo. He
But-
had to.
But that's the thing, I mean,
It's just not right.
you could wait and see if he does things the proper way and if not, have him
I think
remove
he
it.
did.
Well, I think there needs to be
I'm just
something
wondering-
documented on this at least, because if you just say we're gonna wait and see and he doesn't do anything, then we're 3 months down the road.
You
and we
need
have no
to issue
documentation.
him a violation.
I'll send them a violation letter and then I don't know what, if there's anything the police want to do or
It's fine.
if you want to put it in like an incident
But it's-
report or
Roy,
something.
it's trespassing,
I don't know.
right?
No, it's not gonna meet the definition of trespassing. It's more of a communication issue than anything else, is what it sounds like. Those dump truck drivers went over there somebody's direction, so they weren't really trespassing. And maybe your
So I
first,
can bring dirt to your house?
yeah, in order to
What
have
would you
trespass,
do if I brought a dump load of,
you asked me about trespassing.
right?
And trespassing is based upon either appropriate signage has to be in place, or there has to be constructive advisement of somebody to not come onto someone's property. It sounds like in this case, those dump truck drivers went over there at someone's direction.
Right, they were directed to be, because we talked to a couple of dump truck drivers in the dozer operator. Of course, by the time we knew what was going on.
Well, we better put
They
a-
were down to their last two.
We better put a no dumping sign up, Dave.
Well, I'll put a letter together and I'll give them 30 days to finish up.
Okay. God, this township never seeks to amaze me.
Well, there's a lot of loads of dirt they put there. It's the night. I mean, I hate to say it. One nice thing, at least, bomb trailer. They had a broom out there cleaning the road off. They kept things neat, but it was just the surprise that here you go. Nobody knew. So that was. I don't know what else to do with it. I mean, like I said, at the point when I ran into them, they were 99% done. It wasn't no sense of stopping the last 2 truckloads of dumping. So.
Wow.
Are we good with the 30-day?
I don't know. I'd sure love to see that paved over there. Okay.
All right, so you're gonna send that letter today, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lauren's probably working on it right now.
These big letters, big font.
Do we want a motion for that, just so we have it in public record?
What are you gonna say though? There's no dumping allowed over there or?
Illegal
A
dumping.
motion to send violation letter for illegal
to send
dumping.
violations, yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Do you wanna make that
I'm
motion?
gonna make a motion that we send a letter of violation to Wino Construction for illegal dumping.
I will second that motion. Any other discussion on that?
I'd just like to have it documented.
Yeah, I think we need to have it in the minutes.
If
We'll see what
if he
happens.
says he'll come in and clean it up and reshape it and grass it and put some seed and stuff on it, that way it's not an expense to the township to do that.
And there has to be a timeline hooked up to it, not 6 years from now.
Maybe he could shape it into a serpent mound.
Maybe you could restore the electric in the pavilion.
No, that's ridiculous.
All right, motion on the floor. Go ahead.
All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue,
Yes,
the motion passed.
I'd like to let the board and everybody know, May 13th, I will be taking a vacation for a week.
You need it.
I'm hoping. No, hopefully I get down there, but
when you coming back?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey,
No, I'll be back back May 21st. My phone will always be on just like it always is.
No, you turn that phone
No,
off.
I'll take care of residents that call. and
You got good
still
people
say-
here. Cody does a good job.
Right, but I'll take care of the complaints and stuff. I'll take care. I put aside every day a couple hours to talk to
Under what?
residents.
Yeah, so I don't need to talk to you after
Oh, okay.
this Coronas.
This is-
That's a fun
this is
time to
their
talk to
annual
me.
report. We just have to put it in. It's a new thing that we have to acknowledge that it's out there.
Okay. Anything else under zoning, or I'm sorry, roads?
We did have, the stop sign.
Oh, yes.
We added.
So I'd like to make a motion to have the road department work with the county engineer to evaluate the intersection of Ridgeview and Sanctuary Drive
That'd
for
be
the
more,
installation.
more pleasantly.
Or-
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sanctuary. That's-
Yeah, Sanctuary and Ridgeview is where the accident happened, for the installation of a three-way stop at that intersection. And the installation of those signs upon approval of the county engineer.
I'll second.
Any other discussion on that?
No.
All right,
All those in favor, Mike?
Yes.
Nick?
yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, nothing else under roads. We're gonna go back to zoning real quick. We did miss one piece. Number one, 2022 annual review of township TIF and EZ agreement. John, do you want to talk on this real quick?
Yeah, that's the annual meeting. I don't know, Mike, were you at that? You were at that meeting. There's a new rule out there that they have to send those over to us now, and we have to put in the minutes that we've either accepted them, declined them, or have questions on them. Mike, can you talk on that? Just
Yeah, we reviewed all the TIFs, everything was in order, we approved it at the meeting. So I think it's just formality, just have to approve.
There was no concerns from that board though on the
No,
TIFs,
there
correct?
was not, no.
Okay, that was my only question. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of the township TIF and EZ agreement document.
Second.
Yeah, all those in favor, Mike?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Also wanted to just comment under zoning economic development, we had our Brimfield Kent JED meeting last week. At that meeting, we identified some areas of concern related to the collection of funds inside of the JED. Mike, you're now working on that, right? Trying to compare old maps to current maps because there were some lot splits that weren't picked up by the city.
Yeah, so you called me on that one and there was some concerns. I think the first property question we took care of already, that was the old University Hospitals building, which is now Cleveland Clinic. I think it was mentioned by Kent that they were receiving taxes on that property. I looked at the map that I had and that was, don't quote me on this, but I think it was signed in 2007, that property. For according to my records, there's no reason why we shouldn't be collecting taxes. So I got back to Wilkie the next morning. We were at the Portage Development Board, and Wilkie was sitting next to us, and he goes, "My apologies. Sometimes I make mistakes." I'm like, "Okay, no big deal. Just make sure that we're getting the tax money from Brimfield. Just any tax money, that's something that I'm going to be digging into to make sure that we're getting our fair share, as well as checking all the other properties." As John and I had a conversation about this as well, he recalls that some people didn't sign at the time that the JED was coming in, but if the business left and a new business came in, they were in the JED and they should be collected as taxes.
Right,
So-
when we started the JED, we didn't, like the smaller businesses, like the one person business, we did not go after them. We went for the businesses that had the money.
Right.
Just, because it just wasn't, we tried to bring everybody in. But the thing before, which back, unless I'm losing my mind, which I probably am, the city of Canton, the city of Talmadge are supposed to be big partners in bringing these people in.
Yes.
Because remember, they make all this money and they got to do something for it.
We are the only source that's bringing this in.
So we got to start using them. I mean, Tom understands that he's their job is to help us get more people in.
Well, so we had a discussion about this, and I think this is phase one. We need to determine which lots don't have the signed agreement. What the city of Kent offered, and this is just initial preliminary discussion, nothing official from their board, but it's worth us discussing now, is they are proposing that Brimfield and Kent both divert their percentages of the JED fund for the Kent JED for the next 10 years into a water sewer project. So between our JED dollars, their JED dollars, and then TIF agreements with the developers, it would encourage more growth down 43. And then those JED dollars would then revert back to the current disbursement, respectively, to the township.
Okay, well then are they going to give us part of the money from the water revenue after we give up our money for 10 years? I mean, we're basically putting out money so they can make money,
But then we get the additional,
but not for 10 years.
right, we don't, but then we
I
get
mean,
the
why
additional
doesn't this-
JED.
Why doesn't the city of Kent go after grants and put it down? I mean, they're part of our partner. God, I'm just so tired of rolling over every time they need something.
Well,
I mean, and they're gonna
it's just
make-
preliminary discussion. I
Right,
think
but
we have to consider.
But they're
how
going to
to
be
make-
making money for 100 years.
Well, but we have to consider how do we generate revenue out of that JED district and how do we encourage people to sign into it? That's the other piece. By doing this, we're guaranteeing those people that, hey, we're going to bring the sewer line down, but to bring the sewer and water line down, you have to now sign into the JED.
I could never agree with it. I mean, I think Ken ought to give up their portion because they're gonna be the ones making the money. I mean,
Right.
Nick, you guys agree? I mean, we're giving them 50% of this dollars, and all they're doing is sitting there checking their little accounting to make sure they get their money. I mean,
I think
nothing
what
against Ken or Talmadge, they gotta start coming up. I can't even get a cop to come, work out a cop agreement with Talmadge. I mean, you just sit back there on the fence.
Well, I think it's
waiting.
how the JED agreement's written. I mean, there's
I
no
know.
incentive for Kent to move. So the question is, do we
Well,
want
Kent's
to,
running out of land, period.
but do we want to spur development?
Well, I don't want to spur development by us giving up our little money, because then you're gonna hurt police, fire, roads.
The other piece to that is if we don't do that, right, and they do bring those businesses in, all those vacant lands don't have to sign into it. So now there's
Oh, yeah,
they get water.
they'll have to sign into it the way the JED's written up. All that is JED land, 1,200 feet, both sides. So, I mean, yeah,
Well,
don't.
I think that's where we need to get some clarification then, because the way
They're
they're
part
explaining
of
it.
the JED.
So they have to sign if they put a business in no matter
Well,
what.
you have to have the property owner has to sign.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the property owners right now, if we take a partial and the property owner didn't sign when the JED was created.
I think we got a lot of them signing. So what, we need to look into this.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm saying.
I
We need
agree.
a map to see what was
Right.
signed on and what wasn't.
I'm pulling everything in both JEDs. I'm gonna do the Kent JED first. But the first and foremost, and where Kent was making their mistake, is very
Kent's
simple.
made a mistake with this JED ever since we started it. The only one that we've gotten any positive stuff was through Talmadge.
Yeah.
Because Kent always has to go against whatever we say.
Well, they were making a mistake on,
You know this, Chick.
they were basing it off parcel number. So they're looking at parcel numbers, but then let's say Mike comes in and he splits his lot. Now you
Right.
got separate parcel numbers, but the address
But I
side,
think it starts with the original property.
it does.
It does. And so that's what
It does.
I asked Mike to do, is to take a map overlay of the original parcels in 2006 when the JEDs came in. And then overlay that with all the lot splits to determine, we may have multiple parcels that they haven't collected on.
Yep.
So that's the first piece, to figure out how many pieces.
Right.
And the thing that burns me, and you were, no, but when these JED meetings with Kent, as soon as we, God, they just wanted to be in this so bad. And they were promising everything, that they're gonna run water and everything down. And now that promise is flittered away, and now they want to take the little bit of money we get. I mean, let's ask our department heads, are they gonna want to give up their 30%? And we just had a police levy that failed by one point. I mean, I just.
But we also have to ask the question,
Just let me settle yet.
I know.
yes.
But I know, but I just tell you, it just burns me the wrong way.
But I try to not look now, I try to look into the
Right,
future.
I know you do.
And the future concern is we have a lot of parcels that don't have that agreement tied to it. Even though they're in the district, the parcel owners never signed it. They could end up with water, and then additional forces are needed, but we get no money because we couldn't get them. So the theory behind this is to give a carrot for them to sign. Hey, listen, we're gonna bring sewer down, but only if you sign into the JED. And then we have TIF dollars to supplement the additional cost of that project to bring it down and make that development happen.
Yeah, I give them 1% of our cuts.
But I try to look 10 years in the
think,
future.
I mean, if Lowe's moves in, because that is one of the prime corridors, traffic.
But let's say it does move in, but doesn't have to pay the JED.
Right. Well, it's got to pay the JED.
No, not if the parcel doesn't have a signature on it.
Well, it's worked for everything else, so that we got, we're
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to-
arguing about the wrong thing. We need to really look at
Can't
it.
they link to any kind of zoning permit that goes through that has to be.
You can't force somebody to sign that, but that's why we're trying to give them an incentive to sign.
It's pretty specific. We just got to read through it again. I'll have to read through it again.
Yeah.
It's just been so
Let's
many
take a
years.
look at it. But I think first one is I really need a map from you, probably by next board meeting, that shows this is where we stand with the partial splits.
Yeah, I can send that to you today, where it is now,
Nick,
and then the
have you got
splits is easy.
Have you ever got a copy of the JED?
Yes, I have it at home.
Okay.
So, but that's why I want to take, but I want it because it has all those signature pages, right? I need a visual that says, a shaded visual, these are the lots that have been split or not split, and these are the ones that have signed agreements. This is what we're missing. And then we can determine based
That's
upon
right.
how much we're missing.
If we're getting this, is there any map you have that can show how far water and sewer has gone in both directions?
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
I'd
here's
be
the thing,
interested
I mean,
to see
I've
that.
seen them, but then we're not allowed to keep them because after 9/11,
Yeah.
they don't give you the water line maps.
Well, didn't it just go right in front of the Heritage Nursing Home?
It's
and all?
it's by Dillon's right now,
Okay, right past it. So then, and then it doesn't start until,
almost, yeah. Well, there's Seward House. and
yeah,
then
but north
water-
of Howe there isn't.
Right.
But that's what we need to map
Oh,
this
yeah.
all out to see what we need to do moving forward.
It's just good. I mean, we need to really review this, Jed, because once I'm not out of, once I'm gone and I mean, there's only few of us that even know about the jet anymore, the way it was,
Yeah. I
unfortunately.
mean, there's a couple options they could take too. You could always go down the road and assess the property owners as well. I mean, there's ways of doing the water line without.
Right, but I'd rather have them be in the jet. That's the most profitable. Is it not the most profitable today? Yes. But in 10 years from now, could it be the most profitable? I'm trying to future plan.
Well, I don't know, I mean, I think we're gonna get more water down there. I mean, I know, just the city of Cannon, I've heard they're talking possibly a hotel going in there on the corner of,
Which is
Malloy and, 43.
which is great, but we need to make sure, we have to
No,
find
that
an
way-
angle to get the
Yeah, but
jet.
that doesn't generate us any dollars, but the more businesses that are spurred, the more attractive the spot is.
Right, but once again, we got to secure the jet.
Oh, right.
So
That's the
we'll
question.
study
On
it.
a good note, Heritage of Brimfield is going to be Heritage of Brimfield. And they're coming in and they are planning a ribbon cutting for everybody. So I'll let you know that.
So they're
day.
inviting Kent and we're not invited.
They're supposed to
right?
have a ribbon cutting with some food and everything else, so.
Hey, I'm confused over there. This is just a set up. Their little apron that they have, isn't it supposed to be connected to the building? Or when I go over there to the.
Oh, the building?
To the ribbon cutting, I'm gonna get rained on through the.
That is the goofiest looking thing.
It
It's
is.
probably to eliminate the sprinkler system. 'Cause
Ah,
if it's
so they didn't have
disconnected,
the
you
extra
probably don't
square
have to-
footage.
You don't have to sprinkle.
Ah.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm looking over there thinking, I'm gonna get wet walking through there.
No, you gotta run, but you got these 90-year-old ladies trying to.
All right, anything else on that? I just wanted to bring that up because I forgot about that
Okay,
earlier.
good.
So it's on the record.
Let's all start studying the jet again.
Yes, so if you can get us all maps, that's what I need. All right, that moves us into Parks and Rec.
I have a question.
Okay, yes.
Since under old business, this is just a question that I have, so. Cassie's on leave right now, and we had talked about the Boy Scout that wanted to do a flag or a burning pit over at the dog park. And we all talked about it. And I just wanted to know, since Cassie isn't here to follow up with it, did anyone contact that family and let them know what we thought, what we talked about here?
Aaron was directed to follow up.
Oh,
was
she did
directed
that?
to follow
Okay.
up, but then she went on a 10-day
Right,
COVID leave,
right.
basically. So,
I just wanted
so
to know.
I don't know where that's.
I just wanted to know if anybody contacted that family to let them know they need to go find something else to do.
Okay, well, one thing, John, I would like is this bit about not knowing really what's going on at the Park and Recs. Is there any way you can tell, since I'm the liaison, that I want the report prior to the meeting?
Sure.
Tell her, and give her my email. This is crazy that we got two people and, I don't even, how many food trucks we got for Touch a Truck? One? Ridiculous. We got concerts coming up. Do we have anyone there?
Supposedly, the last I had heard, and this is just, I think I saw an email on it somewhere floating around that said there was food trucks for the concerts.
Okay, well, we need, I think Cassie said she had a big book with notes in it. We need to find out what's going on. I was hoping we'd have more than one truck at Touch a Truck.
So did I. I can only say bigger so many times.
Did you want to maybe do a post? What's that? Searching for trucks?
And we're coming up on it.
I know.
The problem is we also don't want to compete though. So we got to figure out what the truck is, because if it's a sandwich truck, you don't want to bring in a second sandwich
Right.
truck. That's not fair to those vendors, right? So we need to talk to Aaron.
She's back tomorrow.
Okay, so you let her know.
Yep.
They sent, I just got an email. It says Parks and Rec update. Talk Around Town guest series presentation on the 26th was canceled because the speaker became unavailable. There is a Talk Around Town speaker series on Tuesday, May 31st. Participants will be learning about the election process from local elected officials.
See, we gotta check
Is that
into that too, because
Yes.
I was asked to talk I thought one of you guys were asked.
I'm
to talk.
talking on the 31st with Sabrina.
See, I don't know when I'm supposed to talk. I'm supposed to talk, I think it was finance stuff or something like that, but
Would
I
it be
don't know
maybe
the
the
schedule.
June one, maybe? I don't know. I just know the 31st is the one they called me. Cassie called me before she went on vacate or on medical leave. And so I put it on my calendar. That's the only reason I know it's May.
okay.
She told me Sabrina would be there with me.
Okay.
So,
I just didn't know if mine was the one that got canceled. I'm like, I didn't, no one told me when I was supposed to.
no, that was not you. That was somebody else.
You want me to bring a guitar and you and Sabrina can sing?
You want to chase everybody out of here. Upcoming events, Saturday, May 7th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Lions Park. We'll be having our field spring cleanup. Participants may dispose of their large items, material, metal scraps, and e-waste. This is township residents only, please. At the same time, there will be a park litter cleanup being held from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're asking for volunteers to please come out. Gloves, trash bags, and refreshments will be provided. Great opportunity to see the parks, meet our parks assistant, Aaron, and help make our parks a little
Now, what day is
cleaner.
that, Nick?
That is May 7th. That's this weekend.
He's May 7th. Huh?
Isn't that Mother's Day?
Saturday.
No. May 8th is Mother's Day.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for cleanup, for drop-off stuff, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for park cleanup. And that
What
was
is
the
it?
report.
10?
10 to 2.
10 to 2.
I will not be there. I have a previous engagement that I have to be at. Might be listening by at 10 for a little
And
bit.
yard trimmings and waste are all allowed there too?
Of course, you'd ask me that after I closed
No,
it.
you just take that to Cranberry Creek. You're okay. Well, I took it to the Kentman last year and almost got arrested, even though I was a JED participant.
They're large items, metal scrap, or e-waste. So no, not yard.
E-waste, okay, so computers and stuff. All
All right.
All right.
Anything else for parks?
No.
Cemetery.
I have an update.
Did you see that email that just came through?
Yep, that's what I was
Okay.
just gonna talk about, because I was waiting for Brett to send it to me. We had an issue with the columbarium and the way that we had it set up in regards to opening and closing fees. So we're not allowed to charge, per an Ohio revised code that's out there, opening and closing fees when they buy the columbarium. So the way we've set it up now is they can buy the columbarium, and then if they pass on 10 years from now, whatever the opening and closing fees are 10 years from now, that's what they pay. Also, the engraving we can't do in advance. So what we've been doing, we had it all built into the $800 fee that covered the engraving, covered the opening, closing, and the columbarium spot. So now the engraving, we direct them directly to Portage Marble, because they're the ones that do the engraving on the columbarium, and they're the ones that insert the take it off and do everything with it. So that's all set up now in a new fee schedule sheet that's out there. I can email it if you guys haven't seen it. We put it all together and sent it to Brett, and Brett was fine with it now.
Okay.
So it just breaks everything down. But the biggest thing is that we're not charging for opening and closing when we sell the columbarium. So we lowered the price of the columbarium. It's $700 now. And then if you're a resident, it's $100 during the weekday. So it gets right back to $8. But if you're a non-resident, it's a little higher. But we go off the same fee schedule that we would for the opening of a grave.
Did we ever get to a resolution on the question of profit on the columbarium?
Yeah,
Because
yes and no.
I think what my question is that we'll just use numbers here, right? So the columbarium costs $100 to purchase, and we sell, and it holds 100 pieces in there. So it costs $1 a piece for those, right? But we're selling them for $2 with the idea that then we purchase the second one.
It's just the way we have the funds set up. But really, when you think about the cemetery, because I had a long discussion with Dave, and we'll kick in too, because we use part of the road crew funds, part of the gasoline fees to cover some of the cost over at the cemetery. We use that for like when we do mower repairs and all, and we use the same, we pay for it with that.
Okay.
So we're losing money at the cemetery. We're not making any money. So even though this might be making money, if we have to call Dave in, his payroll is also done out of the road crew. So if I have to call a guy in on the weekend, I have to pay time and a half for the guy to be sitting there.
Right.
And that's actually not even coming out of the cemetery money. We don't even have enough money to pay for that. That just comes right out of the road crew guys that come.
Well, that makes sense.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, because the question came up with Brett when I had talked to him, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, the question would be, yes, we're making a little bit of profit off the columbarium, but then we're losing it when somebody has to come in on a weekend to do an open and closing. We have personnel that are there. So if you look at it from a whole, as the cemetery, are we making money off this? No, we're losing money because we don't have enough money in the cemetery to cover personnel expenses when people come out. Think about guys that are out there plowing in the middle of the winter. I mean, those are expenses that we're incurring that are not paid for out of the cemetery because we don't have enough money to cover it.
That makes a lot of sense.
So,
Yeah. Like I said, I just wanted to check and balance
Yeah.
it, just to make sure we're all good.
but yeah, on the columbarium, yeah, we make more money than it, but then you don't take into the cost of what it costs for personnel to come out. So did we really make enough money off of that? Because we had to have 2 guys out at $150, and we lost money on the deal. So, but yeah, that what I wanted to point out is that Brett came back and said this was all good.
So we're making a motion? Are we
Yeah,
waiting?
if you need a motion.
I don't know if we have to
For the
accept
new
the
fee
new
structure.
fee schedule.
Yeah, we have to make a motion to
Well-
accept the,
Let's talk about this while we're here too. This fee schedule is from 2014. Are we still good with the open and closing costs from 2014, or are we wanting to decide?
I think I would kick it back to you and
How about we
the
just,
sexton and say, hey, let's look at local costs and see if we should adjust this before we
yeah,
accept that
let's
fee structure.
postpone this for 2 weeks and let
Well,
them do your due diligence.
Why don't we accept this so we have it, because I have to correct it, and then we can come back
Because
and change
technically,
fee
they
schedule.
can't be selling any
Okay.
columbariums this. for the
And
past
and then in
10
2
days.
weeks, you'll come back to us?
Right, if we want to change the fee schedules around. Let me-
So you.
Rochelle, make
make
sure
that
you
motion.
remind me. when
yeah,
get
I move
back there.
that we accept the revised cost of the columbarium.
And then I'll come back with a little comparison and see if we need to.
I think that's the
Raise
best
the
way to
cost
do
or
it. But this way, at least you can now start selling. again.
Right, now I'm okay with what
You
we're
have a second?
saying.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm glad you brought us to the attention, Nick.
Well, and just somebody I didn't find, somebody else brought it to me and asked me about it. So
Right.
it was at least worth looking into to make sure we do things right.
I'd just like to say that Memorial Day service is coming up on Monday.
Mhm.
And invite everybody to come and we're going to dedicate the columbarium and let everybody see that.
Are we doing a dedication? I thought we were just doing a Memorial Day service.
Well, the columbarium is going to be there. People are going to be the first time that a lot of people see it.
But are we incorporating that into Memorial Day or should we just keep this
I
just for the
would hope so.
veterans? Mike, John, what do you guys think about this?
Week after, it's May.
Yeah, it's not till May 30th. Sue wants to memorialize the columbarium during Memorial Day.
I just
Should
want to let the people know that it's
Should we
there.
just focus in on the soldiers? And what
We can,
Memorial
but
Day's
maybe
about?
we have part of it sitting over there. We have seats sitting on that area so people can see what it is, and then we could just announce.
I would just
that
be
as
careful of incorporating, like, talking about that. I mean, really, I think Memorial Day is about the soldiers.
Well, but we could have
We
people
could
sit in that grass
introduce the
right there.
columbarium to the people. I've got a black cover for it.
Yeah, I think.
maybe we set chairs up there for people to sit.
I just want to be careful we don't get too far away from our soldiers. I mean, that's what Memorial Day is about,
We don't even
The
have to
soldiers.
discuss a price.
Oh, no, I wouldn't discuss any price.
No, nothing like that. Just to say, we've been able to present this as an enhancement to our cemetery. I got a big black thing to put over
I
top
mean,
of it. That's all.
there will be vets
Won't
that
even
are in
take
there. I mean,
5
I would
minutes.
I would do a 2-minute spiel. This is our columbarium.
Yeah,
Just
I just don't want to
acknowledge-
distract from the
Well, maybe
soldiers.
not a spiel even, but maybe have chairs set up on the pad.
Just
of
a
the
comment
columbarium. So
of
now we
how
can
hard
mention,
we have
hey,
worked
this is
to
where we're
provide
sitting.
it.
Because people set up in that grass anyway, right next to that tree. And the
Right.
tree's gone now, so there's nowhere for them to sit. Because that's right across from the
I think,
monument that's sitting
right. I
there.
mean, that's good, but just maybe from an informational standpoint, I mean, some people might think we're starting to build I don't know, just to let them know.
I don't want to
I would
ignore it
definitely not-
because we've
I would
all
definitely
worked
not
so
sell it.
hard to provide it.
Yeah, and that's why I just want to be careful of how we
Right.
comment on it because really the day is,
Is somebody gonna talk?
Sue is
I will.
scheduled to talk.
You're gonna do the thing for the township?
I have a big black cover to put over the
She-
columbarium.
No, I mean for the whole service. Are you gonna talk?
I'm gonna give the names of the veterans that have passed away from Brimfield.
Michelle's
in the past
coordinating
year.
that, right?
Okay.
And Rochelle
And
asked me
then-
just to make some opening comments that day.
And then before I do that, I can just make a comment about the columbarium is available. I'll have it covered and we can,
Michelle, mark that down too, so that we can.
Do we need to do a whole
instead of just
cover on it?
ignoring it.
She wants to put a cover on it and do a reveal of it.
Why don't I work with Rochelle to figure out what the process is of how we have it all set up, and then we'll coordinate with both of you to figure out. how
Okay,
we
I'm getting
put
hold of
everything
Rochelle.
in. And make sure that not affecting that, or if we get some.
I really don't think the columbarium would take away from the veterans because the veterans are gonna be buried in it too.
Okay. Okay, yeah, why don't we get back in the nader, because we have until, what day is it, 30th?
30th.
30th, okay. Okay, we actually have 2 meetings between then.
No, we'll
No,
have
we
one
have
meeting.
one.
We
We
have
have
a meeting
the-
on the 18th. The next one is after that on the
It's
1st.
the first, okay. Dave, you're all set with everything you guys need to do at cemetery for,
Yeah, well, we're gonna be working in the cemetery probably the next couple of weeks, once the weather breaks. But
okay. Are you
Before we get
coordinating that
everything
with
cleaned up.
with Rochelle, just so she knows?
What's that?
Can you coordinate all that with Rochelle, just so she knows what's going on and where it's gonna be, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
Oh, no, yeah, me and Rochelle's working on foundations, and
Okay.
the list, all that stuff.
Yeah,
So,
just run it by her, just so she can
Yeah,
keep
it'll-
track of it all.
I mean, we're gonna be busy at the cemetery probably right up almost to Memorial Day. I mean, I'd say we have a lot of grave sites to fix up.
Okay.
I did talk to Rochelle. Remember, for the past 2 years, there's been one gravesite that we've missed the flag.
Do we
for
know
their
which one
service.
it is?
She knows she remembers which one it is. She has a big note on her computer, so we're gonna go out and double check it
So
this
we
year.
won't miss that.
It's just where it lands in there, it's easy to miss its little marker, so I just want to make sure everybody on the board's aware that we double check that one, because the family was pretty upset for 2 years in a row.
Yeah, 3 times in a row wouldn't be good.
No.
I really need to help with the flag.
All right,
All right, anything else for cemetery?
I do that for Tom.
Hearing none, we'll go in the fiscal office.
I
John,
have
any
a
updates?
liquor permit.
Okay.
It's for the Aldis. It's a new C license for the new Aldi coming in, which is just beer and wine.
Okay.
And they got approved at the state for that, and then we just have to request if we want a hearing or not. To fight it or talk about it or whatever.
I'll make a motion in the positive requesting a hearing.
I need to see that, please.
Can we get a second for discussion?
I'll second it.
So if you look on that, you can see that it's just a new C is all it is. It's only on the first page, that the back page is just kind of, but it's a new C, so they can sell beer and wine from Aldi's. Which all the rest of them have, Myers has, Walmart has, all of them have that, so,
So this is a new permit for the new Aldi's.
correct.
Okay, any other questions on the permit?
Well, this is a new company coming in, the Alti grocery store. Under a D6. And according to the population, which has grown, they allow so many for every 1,000 people that live here. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, we ready for a vote?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor, Mike?
Yes.
All those in favor, Mike?
Favor of having the,
A hearing?
this is in the positive to go to hearing.
Oh, okay, yes. No.
Nick?
I'm thinking about the Eagles.
Sue?
No.
Motion failed.
Eagle.
Just keep asking me the same question until you
Okay,
answer it the right way.
now for the good of the order.
Anything else under
There's
fiscal?
one thing I forgot. I called Dave, or left Dave a text yesterday. I was up at voting. I don't know what the heck's on the top of those 2 poles in the stadium. I think they're eagles, eagle nests.
Really?
If you're looking on the visitor side, there's 2 huge nests. And while I was waiting in line, I looked on my phone for what an eagle's nest looks like. It looks just like them. Then I saw this big black bird and white. So
Sitting on the stadium
There-
on the visitor
if you
side?
look over there, you're gonna see these huge nests
On the visitor side.
on the visitor side. There's 2 light poles.
Huh.
Has Joanne said anything about eagles?
I never paid attention. I haven't looked up.
Now we're all gonna go down there. Let's
I
take a
know.
field trip.
I know there's eagles nesting over on Sandy Lake, because I see,
Yeah.
once in a while I see them
Can we
fly
do a
over
motion
my
for
house.
executive session first?
Bald eagles,
Bald eagles. Isn't that crazy?
that's kind of nice.
It is, if that's what they are.
Yeah.
But Dave's gonna do some investigating for me.
Okay.
All right, anything else for the good of the order? Anything else for John? We didn't mean to cut you
No, I'm
off.
good. No, I'm good.
Anything for good of the order? All right, hearing none, I would like to make a motion to go into executive session. The first executive session is going to be with the police department. Move to convene to executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G for the purpose of considering the following matters. appointment. Except as otherwise provided by law, no public body should hold an executive session for the discipline of an elected official for conduct related to performance of the elected official's duties or for the elected official's removal from office. Need a second for the appointment with the police department.
I'll second.
And we will have a second executive session as part of this. This will be an do we need a roll call separately on these?
Yeah,
Well,
they're two separate.
Or do we need to come out and then go back into one?
no, we're gonna go into both of them. I was just gonna, let's do the
One
first
motion?
one. No, let's do two, because I've got two.
All right, so I need a roll call on the police appointment.
Let me have that. All those you made it, Nick second, Mike second. Is all those in favor?
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue.
Yes,
Okay, motion passed. And then just read the second one on.
And then I will make a motion to convene into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G for the purpose of considering the following matters. The investigation or charges of complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requests a public hearing. I will make that motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion?
Okay, all those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue.
yes.
Okay, we are adjourning to executive session at 9:20.
This is Deep Space One on Summit FM.
Ryan, let us know if we're on. Oh, there you go. He yelled, "You're live." All right, we are out of executive session. First up,
12:24.
from the police executive session, I'd like to make a motion to offer conditional opportunity of employment for records clerk to Cassandra Moles. Date of hire is pending successful completion of background investigation process. I need a second for that motion.
I will second that.
Any discussion on
Yeah,
this?
hold on one second. Sandra Moles.
Cassandra Moles.
Cassandra.
Yeah.
Move to.
And this is move to hire pending successful completion of background.
What's her job though?
Records clerk.
Pending the completion. Background search. All those in favor, Mike,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
Okay, motion passed. Okay, we have another action item.
Would you like to make the motion?
Okay, how are we wording this?
I'm good.
I'm gonna make a motion that we are going to eliminate the township administrative job. Is that right?
Yes.
Second. For discussion.
Discussion on the talking point.
A different direction, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, just under the advice of what we've all heard, I mean, there's no other direction best for everybody, so.
Well, and I think of what we've had, this becomes the best option that we have, to do it that route. So we need an effective date. As of today, tomorrow.
What do we want that to be?
I would say at the end of this week, just
Okay.
from a payroll perspective. So it would be, what's today, the 4th, so the 6th?
May 6th.
Yes.
Department and heads will report directly to their liaisons moving forward.
Correct. And payroll and time off and all that stuff will go to the fiscal office. Any purchase order request will go to the fiscal office as well in the meantime. Okay, all those in favor, Mike?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Anything else for the good of the order? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion, entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll make a motion, we end this meeting.
Second.
Roll call.
All those in favor, Mike?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes,
Sue?
Yes.
We adjourned at 12:28.
meeting adjourned.